नवी करत नाही. वॉइस चेक कर रहे.
मैंने तो अपना पूरा फुल साउंड कर रखा है वैसे ना.
इधर बैठना पड़ेगा. सर इधर ही आ. माइक पे. ठीक.
జైన్ అయినట్టేనాడు. एक बन जाली.
Where's Nilanjan? Nilanjali को पूछते हैं।
Call Nilanjan. She is like.
Everybody, please start.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected our chairperson and members of the NCRPB, respected additional secretary to government, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, respected officials from TCPO, Mr. Manish Khan sir and other officials, Mr. Sanjay Mishra, Joint Director Planning, Mr. Lika Suraj, Director in charge from Itanagar, Mr. B. Suresh, Chief Urban Planner, Visakhapatnam, all other senior officials from Directorate of Town and Country Planning, from all various parts of the country, and the special invitees who have joined with us. On behalf of AMDA, I welcome you all. This is a good topic which is to be discussed, and it will be very much useful for all the officials who are involved in preparation of master plan. So we have made this arrangement. Now I request, without waiting for further, I request our chairperson to start with speech.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gurai. A very good afternoon to everybody here. We have a huge gathering, as we can see on the virtual wall. It's good to see Tara here again. A warm welcome to Tara, Additional Secretary Mahua, who is in charge of Amrit, also in addition to so many other things. And we also would like to welcome Mr. Manish Khan, TCPO, Dr. Amit Kumar Gajbhiye, JD, and Mr. Mishra, JD from Bhopal, Mr. Likha Suraj from Director in charge, Department of Town and Planning in the Government of Arunachal Pradesh from Itanagar. Good to see you, Mr. Suraj. Shri Suresh Kumar from Vizag, and dear friends and colleagues from different parts of the country. I am told about 15 officials have joined from the state. Please, a warm welcome. And I also am told that officials from Shimoga, from MMRDA, from Karnataka, that is, and also from Puda, apart from MP, have joined us. And also 2 officials from Assam, I believe, have already joined. AMDA is a registered body under the Societies Act 1860, and we have been organizing a series of webinars in the COVID period since last 2 years. We started with the best practices in solid waste management in November 20, and followed with success stories in rejuvenation of water bodies in January 21, where we had the CEO of Chennai Smart City, Chennai, Mr. Raj Chirubil. In the solid waste management, we had Sri Pani, Commissioner Surat. And then with the third webinar was on innovative solutions for healthier cities, urban air quality, and innovative municipal financing. In September 2021, where we had the Honorable Mayor of Kochi as the first speaker, and also officials from the Lucknow Nagar Nigam and IFCL, followed up with the last webinar in December, flooding, where we had IIT Bombay and then NDMA experts addressing the audience. Now, in this series, we have this webinar on the GIS-based master plan. The population of India was about 121 crores in 2011. All of us know that. And we had about 8,000 settlements there, with about 4,000 statutory towns and about 4,000 census towns. You see, we have a very unique challenge. Delhi population was in 2011, it was about 11,000 persons per square. A small data would be very interesting for us urban planners that Singapore had a population density of last year of about 7,900. So you see, we were almost 1.5 times of Singapore already in 2011, and we would be reaching about 20,000 crores. About 20,000 persons per square kilometer in the next 15-20 years. We have a very huge challenge for our NCR area and also for the other cities. Bombay is an island connected with the mainland, and it was one of the densest cities in 2011. So Bombay had to go vertical. Other cities will also have to go vertical if we have to have a proper quality of life for our citizens. Now, where does GIS master plan come in? Because the planning takes a long time and there are new tool sets available. The government of India has thought that we should have GIS-based master planning, and the Amrit scheme was launched. Tara will speak more about it. So I'm sure most of the bodies here are working on that, on the Amrit based. So I'll now request Tara to please deliver her keynote address. Tara is Masters in Public Art from Maxwell, Syracuse, a 95 batch officer from Gujarat cadre, and a very, very efficient officer. So I'll request Tara to please say a few words.
Thank you for the opportunity. I am really grateful for that, for this opportunity. I think I'll try my best to speak about what exactly what we are thinking of in Amrut. Master planning is a major challenge in many cities. When you say master planning, it takes a huge amount of time. So sometimes it's like this, that you're taking so much of time of getting a cover for iPhone 10 that iPhone 13 is in the market. That is the problem of master planning. I think it's very important to actually break down master planning into master planning of areas which can be master planned substantially, master planning of areas which cannot be changed much, master planning of areas which can be changed but a long-term change. So what I want to delineate is, if you have a city which is already developed, you're not going to add a lot of value in terms of planning unless you do an innovative concepts into that planning, in master planning. So to do that, you need to use technology. For example, even tree is urban infrastructure. Unfortunately, many a times our planners think it is all like a white paper in front of them on the board. Cities are not white papers. There are undulations, there are water bodies, there are water channels, there are trees, there are manholes, there are roads. Everything exists in the cities, but somehow many a times we just go by a white paper in which we start working on the master plan. So the most important thing is using technology. You cannot list out every aspect of a area without technology. So when you have GIS based or a drone based unmanned aerial vehicle doing your photography and then doing planning, at least you get every feature on that as it exists, and then do your ground truthing so that you really make a plan which is relevant. Otherwise, master planning is a side work and it's not mainstreamed in many states or many cities. The reason being, it has no relevance. It doesn't reach people. The people are not finding usefulness. But actually, master planning can be a great governance tool. So I think translating master plan into governance tool is a very important issue to be very careful. As far as Amrut is concerned, urban planning is one of the reforms we introduced under Amrut. According to that, we said, okay, we will support cities, 500 cities to do their master plan. So far, I think GIS-based database has been created for 334 towns. We have almost engaged NRSC, and NRSC, National Remote Sensing Center, did it in almost 250 cities. Rest the cities themselves did. And we had committed a resource of 412 crore. But we could spend only, say, around 180 crores. I think it got launched in 2016, but the real warming up of the program happened in 17, 18, 19. Now 17 and 18 is the starting period, and now I think many cities have translated that geo database into master plans. Around we are nearing around 180 cities, final and draft both put together. So these are all highly popular cities. So though the cities are 500, but the population they cater to is almost more than 65% of the urban population resides in these cities. Now, when we look at the master plans, what we find is the master planning is not linked to the town planning. Town planning is not even implemented. So the master plan remains on paper. But to make it more, friendly for the citizens, we should ensure that the master plans have features which will, one, create wealth in the private sector, create wealth for the municipalities, and create wealth for the working contractors. Now, how do you do that? So you have to bring in innovative concepts. Now, I'm not going into GIS-based master plan is one of the best things which you can use a tool. For example, you have a road, and you know this road is 40 meters wide. You know that there is a bus going there. Then once a ground truthing for the transport system is put on that plan, then you can say, okay, on either side of this, we are going to do a 200-meter patch, which will rejuvenate itself because it is a high FAR. All the issues can be attended, and you know exactly where the changes can come in. There are vacant lands, there are low, usually these are the center of the cities, core area, where the development had happened long back, 70, 80 years back or 100 years back. But now the buildings are also old. There is a very ripe situation for redeveloping that. But that has to come from the market. It doesn't happen from the public side. But what can public do? Public can look at that master plan in a holistic manner and say, okay, मैं ये रोड के दोनों साइड लगवाने वाली हूँ, transit oriented development 200 मीटर. जब ये करूँगा या करूँगी, then I am looking at what are the spaces available with the buildings on their sites. See, in urban, land is as good as its FSI. The moment you take away the FSI, the land is of no value. So, if you are increasing the FSI, you may jolly well tell the people when you are looking at the master plan कि एक local area plan बनाने के लिए भी master plan precursor बन जाता है. That ये जो है, अगर कोई भी बंदा इसको develop करने आएगा, we are looking at some of these margin spaces as small bylanes which will evolve through time. Whenever somebody comes for redevelopment, that small space will be given into the public realm. Now, one way of keeping it in the public realm is asking them to pave it with a particular tile or color, so that it is everybody knows in the city this is actually a public realm space which is be operationalized as a road or an open space eventually. So the master plan helps in actually looking at it in a higher perspective. So you can see what are the buildings, what are the margins when you have a geo database very clearly, and that could help in for you to look at the way most possible lanes. See, today it is not the width of the roads which matter, it is the density of roads which matter. So in cities, we need to bring in density of roads. How do you create density of roads? Only when redevelopment happens, people leave out spaces because they are getting 5 FSI, 4 FSI as against 1 or 2 FSI. And this is the center of city and there's a transit. Why wouldn't we give that higher FSI? And also raise revenue from that extra FSI so that extra FSI, when it is sold, not whole of it, some of it, is giving you some money back. Now, master plan gives you this perspective. Now, you also know that where are the industrial estates or the industrial activity or economic activity. Most of the time, it is clustered in 1 or 2 places or 3 places or 4 places. It is never so distributed. There will be a business district, there will be a retail district. So, the master plan gives you the perspective into which area is behaving in what manner. Now, that drives your plan. For all that, you need technology, which will help you do the needed mapping of the activities of the land in the urban area. What is happening? What is the format which you have? Water bodies. Master plan, GIS-based master plan gives you an insight into water bodies. Water body ka spread. cannot measure the depth, but it can measure the spread. You know that these many water bodies are there. Now, once you identify these areas, you can also have temporal mapping using geodatabase. That today, the 2010, what was the size of the water body? 2020, what are the size of the water body? Compare and get it out, put in a software layer. It will give you the details. I think it helps in finally ensuring. I think it's almost like a master planning is a function of how a city is understood by the planners in its real actual activity space. But sometimes we miss out the most important things, that we try to not look at the green and blue infrastructure of the city. Again, master plan gives you an idea how much is paved, how much is not paved, how much is built up, how much is the open space. What could, if you overlay the aquifer management layer to the master plan, to the geodatabase, then you will see that if you put if you put in a place where water is there, water harvesting structure has to be there, that it should be able to put in water into the aquifer. Now you exactly know which area cannot be a complete built up space. Today we are doing, because as a planner we think that everything in a master plan has to be dictated by scientific data. Now that has to be very important part of the master plan. This is another issue which we found, is that when master plan is getting done, again master plan is cast in stone. For example, GI based master plan also tells you which way the city is growing. You take a temporal images and go through this thing of 4 or 5, 10 years, then you know the city has been prolonging in a particular manner. There must be a reason to that. So the planning is required there. That direction is going better. There is this small finger kind of growths, what do you call radials, emerging from the city, or either on the both sides of the highways, or actually in some place, because there is an industry, there is less regulation there, so there could be slums coming up, and so on and so forth. So I think again master planning is nothing but, when you look at the geodatabase, GIS based database, you're not only looking at the city, you are looking at the whole area and see, okay, this is prolonging in this direction, why is it? So you will include that area as the new urban area, new urbanizing area. Now the new urbanizing area has to be dealt in a certain way. It may or may not be part of the city governance framework. It may or may not be part of the city municipal corporation limits or municipality limits. But what is happening there is relevant to the city. It is serving as the city's extension. So that is another thing. The third thing is, when you look at the GIS based master plan and you look at a region, then you can see a lot of small cities around big city. So those transit corridors again become a very interesting space to work for the planners. So how do you link these transit between these cities? How much of trips happen? So master plan actually gives in a lot of questions for you. And also when you use these questions to progress, GIS based database gives you a lot of questions. When you use this, you then progress towards a very functional and contextually relevant master plan. Another thing which you can do is, when you look at the urbanizing area, you can also see how do you bring in land use efficiency. Like if you unordered development hoga, so there will be slums. But if you are able to prior decide that itna ye hoga, then you can do a master plan. What I would say is, master planning should ensure that the area for urbanization is marked on all sides where the growth is there. Sometimes these are dictated by unnecessary, non-understanding of the issues, or sometimes where the push comes from. Agar is area ke liye push hai, isko dal diya, wo area reh gaya. Whereas when you look at the GIS database, then you will realize that okay, city is there and it is growing in this direction, this direction, this direction. So there are 7 or 8 fingers which you need to work on. So then that will get attended. So I would request that this is what we are looking at. Now, what has ministry done? Ministry had formulated a scheme for forming master plan and involved 500 cities. We are facilitating their formation of geodatabases through National Remote Sensing Center. They are supposed to come back to us and form the master plan. So far, I think around 200 cities have done it. This was done in 100,000 plus cities. Now we are going for smaller cities. But I am not so much moved by it, because we can always say that's number of cities we have done. But whether they are relevant for the cities in their existence and regulation of land use, I'm not sure. So that is another study I've requested my colleagues to do and give us. Where, what is happening in that city, whether the master plan is actually there, or not. If it is there, whether it is mainstreamed or not. If it is mainstreamed, are the zoning certificates coming online, or master plan itself is becoming the reason for harassment of public? Because the zoning is not automatic, zoning certificate has to be sought. Then what are the zoning problems in the master plan? GIS based master plan gives you a perspective, which is the most dense area, which is the most sparse area. So you are looking at areas and you are looking almost into the areas. So you know that this area, you know, ground truthing karne ke baad idhar itna hi hai. It is not even a single story development. Whereas it is the most serviced land of the city, and it is the core of the city. Whereas, and there is heritage issues. So heritage you cannot have across 50 square kilometers. Heritage can be 5 square kilometers, 4 kilometers. So you can mark out the heritage area in the master plan. GIS database gives you wall city perspective. It gives you peep into how these areas are behaving, what the kind of development, and why it is not happening. Why this is not a multi-story? Because your bylaws must be preventing. In the name of heritage conservation, there must be a wholesale approach. Whereas micro planning, planning, urban planning is as good as, you know, selecting your own shirt. So since we cannot do it for every house, we do it for an area. The area has to be well augmented in terms of planning, in terms of what actually it is stands for. For example, there will be houses where there will be economic activity niche upar ghar ban ke ya ulta, and you will say this is a residential area, so automatically it becomes illegal. So GIS based master planning gives the formats, but ground truthing gives you the actual activity. So with that technology, you can take a holistic image. With your ground truthing exercise, you can find out what is happening there. Combined together, you should come up with this thing, zoning, where you only say what is not allowed in a zoning. It's a very bad zoning if you give itna zoning, ye ho sakta hai. We are nobody to tell ye ho sakta. We can always say what should not be there. That gives a lot of transparency in governance. And master plan becomes welcome to people. Otherwise, what happens is it is left to the interpretation of many people, and that leads to, you know, what all problems. Today, we all are not understanding these issues. Another thing is, if your master plan is not done with proper nodes, kahan commercial, like for example, if I stay in an area, I should be able to buy all my daily needs from that area. I should not need a vehicle to go. Within 100 meters, give and take, I should have a small shop, convenience shop, small vegetable shop, milk, and at around 500 meters, you should have a small business district where day-to-day clothes or small things are sold. I think it's very important that kind of multi-nodal, multi-centered nodal planning should be done. Even that is facilitated when you use technology. So I think this is all I wanted to say. I think thank you so much for the opportunity. It's a very important thing that we also issued design and standards document for using drone and UAV technology also. I think it is on the website. If it is not on the website, please Muniskan ji usko website pe dal dijiye. Now we have taken up urban mapping scheme. Large scale urban maps 1:2500 for 53 towns was taken up. We have also sent it to state town planning departments. So we have been handholding. We are here to handhold. If you have any issue about these things, you can get back to us and we will assist you, both in terms of resources, capacities, and also handholding to prepare the master plan using either GIS or using drone technology. Thank you so much. Ma'am, thank you so much.
I think it was wonderful to hear you as always. Wonderful. Clarity of thought is very important, and it's all the good work you are doing. I'm sure everybody has benefited a lot from your knowledgeable and very clear thought process, your address. I'd like to thank you again, and I'll request Mr. Durai to carry on this.
Thank you very much. Okay, in continuation to our
Thank you.
This presentation, we will hear from our TCPO expert, Mr. Monish Khan, the head, URIS division TCPO, please. Mr. Monish Khan, sir.
Namaskar, ma'am.
Namaskar. Yes. Sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for organizing a webinar on the subject which I love the most and giving me opportunity to speak on it. I'll just share. My screen is visible to all.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Yes,
it's
we can hear. Please
I'll
carry
be
on.
I'll be talking about a program on sub-scheme on formulation of GIS-based master plan for Amru cities, for which Tara ma'am has just spoke about it. Basically, Honorable Prime Minister has directed all the union ministries in a national meet to promote or use the space technology in governance and development. And we have received a direction from PMO also, and then the ministry has launched this sub scheme under Amrut mission. It is basically a mandatory reforms. It has been launched for 500 cities. uh, these are the 11 reforms. So reform number 4, urban planning. This sub scheme was conceptualized, and these are the locations of the towns. uh, 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 Under Amrut, there are 500 cities covered, but under this sub scheme, 456 cities are on board. Remaining, they say that they have already a GIS based master plan, so they have not availed the funds. So this scheme is basically is objective is to develop a common digital base map. uh, Common means we have prepared a design standard, and requested all the states to prepare a base map on a national design standard. I mean, it should be a seamless across the country and the same, using GIS maps for each Amrut cities, and to enable them to make more informed strategic decision for master plan formulation. This scheme has three major components. The first is geodatabase creation at the scale of 4,000, uh, 4,000 as per design standard, where is each and every aspects of GIS mapping has been prescribed, has been phrases, what types of features to be covered, what should be the colors, code, GIS geometry, everything uh, has been already prescribed, and it is available on our TCPO website. The second component is using that geodatabase or base map created through GIS. A state government has to formulate GIS-based master plan as per their Town Planning Act. And third component is a capacity.
Okay,
Yes,
we have a few more speakers, and we have to stick to the time. Your address should, I mean, we have 10 more minutes for your address. Maybe whatever is here, everybody can read. I think you have about 15, 20 slides more. So you could be a little faster. You have 10 more
yeah,
minutes
yeah.
to, there are a few more speakers actually. Yeah. Thank you.
The third component is a capacity building. Uh, these are the distribution of the towns. I would say that we have 33 metro cities and 419 class 1 cities, and these are some special cities have been covered under the scheme. uh, this is the implementation mechanism. At state level, there is a CRC and a state level technical committee and a state level high powered steering committee. At the central level, we have a national monitoring and review committee and technical advisory committee and then apex committee. How we are formulating GIS based master plan under this scheme is very interesting slides. I would request all to just have a focus. The work start from the demarcation of the mapping area. Once this area, planning area, is demarcated by the state government, it is to be given to the mapping, then accordingly mapping agency acquire the satellite. So it is on very high resolution satellite data, 0.5 meter resolution, And then once the data acquired, the GPS survey has to be done, and then georeferencing, and then topology building, feature extraction, whereas each and every aspects has to be each and every feature has to be digitized. And this is how we do it. So for example, this is a planning area of Varanasi, which is 503 square kilometer divided into 2112 grades. And this is how one we go on the field, we check each and every buildings on the ground, we collect their attribute data, we do the weighting, and this the below table, the information we collect from the field and incorporate it in the base map. And then once the draft base map is ready, value addition, like if any states or if any ULBs have a water network or a sewerage network, can easily be superimposed on this GIS base maps. And then after the the final base map prepared. Now this final base map is ready for formulation of GIS based master plan, and these are the steps of master plan formulation. Once the primary and secondary socioeconomic data is ready, different themes can be generated using GIS. This is for some example of Puducherry. Uh, uh, it's very easy to generate in GIS, and a hazard prone area or some soil maps can also be generated. And then based on this existing analysis, identification of issues and potential, then projecting requirements, policy formulation, draft master plan, and then it's a final master plan after the notification, government notification. This is how we preparing in the under the sub scheme. This scheme has a cost of 515 crores. Each metro city is getting 44 lakhs for base map and 1 crore for master plan formulation and 5 lakh rupees for capacity building. Whereas other class 1 cities, all class 1 cities are getting 17 lakhs for base map, 75 lakh for master plan and 2 lakhs rupees for capacity building. This is a 100% centrally funding scheme. As on date, 412 crore has been approved, and out of that 151 crore has been released, and we receive a UC of 98 crores. Physical progress is concerned, draft map is ready for 446. Field survey has been done for 407 cities, and final base map delivered for 314 cities. Whereas using this final base map, master plan for 233 cities has been prepared, and out of that 108 cities have prepared the final base map. Uh, and we have also organized capacity building, 59 capacity building program, and we have trained more than 1800 peoples at different national institutes like IIRS Dehradun, and and national Northeast Space Application Center Shillong and Hyderabad, IST Survey of India Hyderabad. This is how the maps, GIS maps looks like. The satellite image, this is an input and this is an output. Some more example, like this is a base map of Itanagar planning area, wherein a detailed presentation will be made by my colleague Shri Likha Surajji. And this is a proposed land use, and this is an existing land use of Itanagar cities, and this is proposed land use of that particular cities. So some accomplishment, this scheme has proper guide document, float prepare one model RFP. Using this, the states is hiring the consultant for master plan formulation. There's a state action plan. There are some issues still we are struggling, like initially very geodatabase was not creation was not on the, I mean, on the speed, on the very slow. Then field verification was still, there are some states struggling with weighting and attribute data collection and field verification. We are not receiving utilization certificate as we are expected. Uh, what could be the outcome? The GIS base map master plan is a very accurate and faster way of formulation of master plan. Is very easy updation for base map and revision of master plan. Other urban development projects can easily be monitored and implemented, and it can also be play a role as a platform for online building plan, permission systems. For way forward, as Tara, Ministry has also prepared a design standard document for formulation of GIS-based master plan for small and medium towns using drone technology. This document is available on our website, and under Amrut 2, we were in a GIS based master plan for tier 2 towns, 50,000 to 1 lakhs sub scheme is proposed. So there we are proposing to use this drone technologies, uh, where we have suggested few things that the database uh, can be created through drone or satellite. If we are using drone, then it should be at 1:1000 scale, very much in detail with lots of accuracy. And using this the technology, the state has to formulate a GIS based master plan. The capacity building, as we have already at 3 levels, there also we are proposing the capacity building program, that the course curriculum of capacity building will be revised and updated. uh, and we are also planning to introduce mobile app for field data collection for base map, as well as whatever primary survey required for master plan formulation. So it will be an integrated mobile app for which we are working with IIRS. And then we are also proposing one one centralized national urban geo portal, where we are suggesting that all the base map created in the past, or maybe created in the future, will be uploaded along with the master plans, GIS based master plan. And if states have some other base maps, and they can also be for uploaded on the uh, on this portal. So this is how all from my side. uh, Over to you, Mr. Dore. Thank you very much.
Break all the details it involves in the GS-based master plan preparation and the guidelines and the available fund position in the present status of that. Very much. Now we like to hear from the field.
Yeah,
That is
afterwards.
the history of
Q&As afterwards. Oh, yeah. Next speaker.
Bhopal. Yeah.
Next.
Yeah. We like to hear from the Bhopal, their experiences. So the Joint Director, Mr. Sanjay Mishra, Joint Director of Town Planning, Bhopal, Director of Town and Country Planning, Madhya Pradesh, along with his team, they will be presenting about the Bhopal case, GS Master Plan for Bhopal. Please. The other officer,
Team Bhopal, Mishra ji. While they join, I must compliment Mr. Monis Khan. You spoke very well, very detailed, very crisp slides. Nice presentation by TCPO.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Can all of you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
आवाज नहीं.
Hello. Can you hear me as well?
Yes.
thank you.
Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam and Sir, for giving me the opportunity to speak upon the GIS-based master plan of Bhopal. Bhopal is the capital of Madhya Pradesh and it is situated in the central part of India. It is endowed with rich cultural heritage and bestowed with bounties of nature. Bhopal is a fascinating city with majestic monuments, dense forests, scenic lakes, and enchanting wildlife. It is also called as City of Lakes. So the state government of Madhya Pradesh has shortlisted 35 cities and for preparation of the GIS-based master plan under Amrut sub-scheme, and Bhopal happens to be one of the cities. So this is the this is the planning boundary of Bhopal, which is extended in different time frames. So the green one is the planning boundary of Bhopal, which was there in 1993, followed by extension, which did happen in year 2006, and the current planning boundary of Bhopal is this, which is shown in the brown color. So currently, the planning area of Bhopal is 116 square kilometer, and it comprises of around 248 villages. So this is the past review of Bhopal master plan. So the previous master plan was prepared in year 1991, followed by a master plan which was prepared in 2005. And currently, we have published the draft master plan of Bhopal Development Plan 2031. So the salient features of this master plan are that this is the GIS-based master plan. We have adopted form-based coding approach and encouraged mixed land use activities. And the development regulations in the master plan are also simplified so that it is commonly understood by the common persons. And we have also integrated the concept of transit-oriented development along the metro corridor in the master plan. Additionally, we have also promoted certain commercial areas which has got higher FAR, and we call it as common mixed use center. And we have also included the provision of TDR in the development plan for development of road and allied infrastructures. So initially the 2005 master plan was actually prepared in year 1995, and the projected population of was considered as 25 lakhs. And as per the census 2011, the current population of Bhopal was around 18 lakhs. Now the Bhopal master plan, which is recently published for a horizon period of 2031, has got the projected population is around 36 lakhs. For preparation of the master plan, the high resolution imagery was obtained from NRSC Hyderabad, and the planning area was divided into around 300.
Sir, your slide is not moving.
Oh,
Please check.
Slide is not moving.
Now it's moving. You have just full screen पे कीजिए, full screen पे.
Okay, can you see it now, sir? Hello?
Can you
Yes, we can see. Yes, we can
slide
see.
show
Please carry
करके
on.
देखिए.
Okay, sir. Okay, so so the high resolution imagery for preparation of master plan was acquired from the NRSC Hyderabad, and the entire planning area has been divided into around 3,494 grids, and each grid measured around 5.5 kilometers. And then the physical verification was carried out, and around 4 lakh building footprints were captured.
Mr. Ji, there is a small button there at the bottom of the slide in the bar. Second button from the right. Yeah, if you just press that, it will become full screen.
So, okay.
Please click that.
Okay,
Please click that.
Oh,
Maybe you have to press harder. You have to press harder, I think.
Press again.
Yeah, just click that.
Another click.
some system issue. It's okay. Okay, please carry on.
Okay.
Please
Madam,
press
are
F5.
my slides moving?
Please press F5. Function key 5.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So can you see my slides moving? Hello? Hello?
We are at slide 8. Is that right? Are you speaking on slide 8? Yes.
No, actually, I'm on slide 7, madam.
7. Now at 7. Yes. Earlier you were on slide 8. Fine. We
Yes.
can see it moving. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Sir, jaldi
So-
khatam kariye isko. Please move ahead. You have a lot of slides.
Yes, ma'am. So followed by the physical verification. Can you please can you see my slide moving right now? I'm on slide 8.
No.
It's not moving.
No.
Okay. No, I
Bolo.
believe.
Yeah. Now it is slide 8. Yeah.
Okay. Followed after the physical verification, a consultation with citizens, with subject expert and departmental personals were held, and then their feedbacks were taken, and based upon which feedback, the structure of master plan was prepared. So this is the master plan of Bhopal, this is the draft master plan which was published, and it was published on the concept of form-based coding, where the volume of the building was pre-envisaged, and list of mixed-use activities were promoted, and the the activities were regulated by the width of the road and the zoning which it falls into. So this is the master plan which we can compare between 2005 and 2031. So these are the areas where the master plan was actually, we found growth happening, and it was captured in the master plan. So in around, we had received around 1,732 objections and suggestions for master plan, and the hearing was conducted for 5 days. And currently the comments of the director has been submitted to the Mantralaya, and it is with the government and is under consideration. So for hearing of master plan, due to COVID restrictions, physical hearing could not happen, and hence an online hearing was conducted. So for conducting an online hearing, SOP was prepared, and it was emailed to the persons who had filed objections, and the SOPs were sent to them by letter, email, and SMS, and WhatsApp, and they were also informed over the phone. So this is the snapshot of the SOPs which we had sent. We had asked them basically to click upon the link, and we had used Microsoft Teams, and through which they could join the hearing process. They could join hearing process by their mobile phones or laptops or computers. So this is the process how they could do it. And then what we did is we also published their names on the department website, and also gave them the time slots. So depending upon the nature of the objection received, we had also grouped them. We had also properly grouped them, so that the persons having similar nature of objections could attend the hearing process at the same time. So in all, around say 1,732 objections were received, and which were compiled in the groups, and around 2,205 groups were formed, and we gave them dedicated time slot, and it made their process of hearing very easy and efficient. And additionally, we also created 7 chat rooms in the department, so that those who could not actually attend the hearing process or they did not have regular devices, so they could actually avail the facilities which we had created for them. And what we actually did is we actually geotagged the objection. So this is the snapshot of day 1. So we actually geotagged all the groups formed, and then the persons belonging to group one, if say they came for attending the meeting, we showed them we showed them where their land falls, and they could actually relate themselves with the image which we showed them, and they could express their objection regarding it. And this is how the process of hearing was conducted. So currently, the hearing process is completed, and the master plan is at government level and is under consideration. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
We have prepared a very beautiful video of Bhopal master plan. If madam allow, can we play for that? It's a very short video, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Please
Okay,
go ahead.
thanks.
You have that video, or shall I play?
Sir, you please play that.
You just stop sharing. I will share my screen.
Yes, sir.
भारत सरकार के आवासन एवं शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय द्वारा अमृत उपयोजना के अंतर्गत मध्य प्रदेश के 34 शहरों का चयन GIS आधारित मास्टर प्लान तैयार करने हेतु किया गया है। इसी योजना के तहत मध्य प्रदेश की राजधानी एवं झीलों की नगरी भोपाल का GIS आधारित मास्टर प्लान तैयार किया गया है। लगभग 25 लाख से अधिक आबादी वाले भोपाल में 25 साल पुराने मास्टर प्लान 2005 के अनुरूप विकास कार्य किया जा रहा है, जिसमें तकरीबन 601 वर्ग किलोमीटर हिस्सा सम्मिलित किया गया था। भोपाल की दिनों दिन बढ़ती जनसंख्या, जरूरतों और आधुनिक शहरीकरण को ध्यान में रखते हुए नया मास्टर प्लान 2031 विकसित किया गया है। इस मास्टर प्लान में भूमिगत एरिया को बढ़ाकर तकरीबन 1016 वर्ग किलोमीटर किया गया है। भोपाल मास्टर प्लान 2031 अब तक का अनूठा एवं एक्यूरेट डेवलपमेंट प्लान होकर GIS पेपरलेस मास्टर प्लान होगा। इसे तैयार करने के लिए नगर तथा ग्राम निवेश भोपाल द्वारा आधुनिक तकनीकों का इस्तेमाल किया गया है, जैसे SC हैदराबाद से प्राप्त हाई रेजोल्यूशन सैटेलाइट इमेज के माध्यम से पूरे शहर को 3494 ग्रिड्स में विभाजित किया गया। प्रत्येक ग्रिड 0.5 वर्ग किलोमीटर की रखी गई। सैटेलाइट इमेज और फिजिकल वेरिफिकेशन के द्वारा लैंड यूज के साथ लगभग 4 लाख बिल्डिंग्स के फुटप्रिंट्स तैयार किए गए। प्रॉपर्टी आईडी के साथ शहर का GIS बेस्ड नक्शा तैयार किया गया। फिजिकल वेरिफिकेशन के द्वारा बिल्डिंग्स की वर्तमान स्थिति के साथ साथ भविष्य के उन्नयन का जायजा लिया गया। शहरजनों, विषय विशेषज्ञ और विभागीय स्टेक होल्डर्स के परामर्श लिए इस तरह मास्टर प्लान 2031 की आधारभूत संरचना तैयार की गई। भोपाल मास्टर प्लान 2031 के अंतर्गत जनसंख्या और विकास को ध्यान में रखते हुए पेरी अर्बन क्षेत्र में नए एरिया RG4 एंड RG5 के रूप में लिए गए हैं, जो पूरी तरह मिक्स्ड यूज बिल्डिंग कॉन्सेप्ट पर आधारित होंगे। रिंग रोड के एक्सटेंशन के साथ अन्य शहरी मार्गों के साथ साथ व्यापारिक और इंडस्ट्रियल जोन का विकास होगा, जो शहरी विकास में सहायक होंगे। मास ट्रांजिट सिस्टम के अंतर्गत मेट्रो रेल से शहर के आउटर एरिया को जोड़ा जाएगा। ये मास्टर प्लान फॉर्म बेस्ड अप्रोच के साथ तैयार किया गया है, जिससे रोड की चौड़ाई के अनुसार बिल्डिंग की ऊंचाई और फ्रंट MOS तय होगा। आधुनिक शहरीकरण के उद्देश्य के लिए शहर के कमर्शियल एरियाज को प्रीमियम FAR एवं PDR के माध्यम से अतिरिक्त FAR किया जाएगा। शहर की मौजूदा पार्किंग स्थिति हुए मल्टी लेवल कॉमन पार्किंग को FAR में छूट मिलेगी। ऐतिहासिक धरोहरों के संरक्षण और पर्यावरण संवर्धन के लिए ओल्ड भोपाल की ऐतिहासिक बिल्डिंग्स को हेरिटेज जोन में हेरिटेज PDR के तहत ऐतिहासिक आर्किटेक्चर लेकर बिल्डिंग का विकास कर सकेंगे। भोपाल की जल संरचनाओं और शहरी जंगल के संरक्षण के लिए ग्रीन TDR भी प्रस्ताव में शामिल किया गया है। इस प्लान में लैंड यूज विकास के आड़े नहीं आएगा। ये मास्टर और पर्यावरण संरक्षण के साथ साथ शहर के विकास की नई स्काईलाइंस बनाएगा।
Thank you. That's all.
Excellent. Very nice video, and I'm so happy to see so many elements of that green TDR and stuff like premium FAR. Very good elements from Bhopal. And I
Thank you very
also,
much, ma'am.
I'm very happy to see that you were able to, by showing them the pictures of the plots, particular plots online. That is the real power of GIS planning. That is the real power, and you have used it beautifully. I think I must compliment Team Bhopal, and I think TCP also is guiding them. So both the parties are, they deserve to be complimented for this.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah. So Durai sir, please carry on.
Thank you very much, DTCP Bhopal. Now we will move on to Itanagar, hilly terrain. What is that? Their experiences of. I reckon our director, Mr. Lakasuraj, took restricting your presentation because it seems PPTs are more, about 80 numbers. Forwarded. Kindly.
So we have 20 minutes.
Stick on to yes. What is the time? Yes, please. Mr. Lakasuraj.
Mr. Suraj, are you able to connect? Yeah.
Moryang.
So Mr. Suraj, if you are okay, maybe we can start sharing from here and you can share slides. Is that okay? Itanagar? Mr. Likha Suraj? I need to talk to him.
I'm calling him.
आप शेयर करो यहाँ से. आप शेयर करो यहाँ से. Using time.
You please share from.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. I'll ask my team to start sharing from here.
Good afternoon, everyone. And especially, I wish Madam Archana and Tara ma'am a very happy Women's Day. Actually, today is the Women's Day. So,
Thank you.
Okay. I think we can go on.
Please, I think you should explain the slides. Yeah.
Ma'am, before I go into my slides, I want to tell you that this is the first of the master plan that we are preparing for in the entire state. And the Act, as an Arunachal Pradesh Urban and Country Planning Act, it came into force only in 2007, And luckily, under inception of this Amrit mission, we are able to prepare the first master plan for this entire for Itanagar. So after that, followed by
I'll
this,
request the house to give a big hand to Itanagar for this. Cheers. Good.
again, following in the same model, we have prepared the GIS in the GIS format only for 13 other towns. And followedly, we are always taking off again 10 more towns. We are under urban mapping process. So, ma'am, this work was awarded in 2017, and the work has been awarded to one remote sensing instruments of Hyderabad, and they have already completed the final draft, and the total amount agreed was for 93 lakhs 32,500 only for this master plan component, and the rest of the components, including rest of the components like capacity building and this geodatabase generation, the total cost is around 1 crore 41. And whatever the extra cost has been, we have been bearing from our own side of the state resources. Next, please. Next, please. So, ma'am, this is the location of previous. This is the location of the Itanagar, exactly the planning area boundary of Itanagar, and here we can say along with the Itanagar, we have taken up some peripheral areas. Those are villages actually. The Karsingsa, Nirjuli, Amchi, Gumto, Doimuk. So we have considered to take them under the planning area boundary. So next, the total population is around 1,10,000 for Itanagar. That is, it is a very rare scenario where we have two cities, that is Itanagar and Naharlagan, that we consider to be one city only, twin city. It's a twin city capital. Next. So, ma'am, by the help of this Amrut GIS, we have formulated this first base map, which is for Itanagar, and this is the first for the state as well. And we are very thankful to Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and TCPO for helping us out, and the NRSC, of course, for helping us to prepare this base map. And it has, ma'am, total of before that it was as a base map, it has more than 20 layers. Like after preparation of this master plan, we have more than 50 layers of in this GIS map. Next. So total total area for this master plan is we have considered for 270 square kilometers, and the total mapping area was proposed for 400 square kilometers, including the buffer zone. Thank you. Next. So this is what the regional connectivity is, ma'am, of Itanagar. So there is a railway station right at the city center, which has been recently running since last 5 to 6 years only. And there is a helipad, 2 helipads in Itanagar and Naharlagan. Then we, of course, have a ISBT, which connects to the neighboring state of Assam and other parts of India. Next, please. So, ma'am, this is the climate topography of this entire hill area. So our height varies from 1,000 MSL to 2,000 MSL, and we have a very, say, undulating topography. So it's very challenging task for us to prepare a master plan for such area. Next. So next again. So, ma'am, before going into the master plan, preparation of this master plan, we had to make a detail. As I told earlier, this is the first master plan we are preparing for the in the entire state, and this is the first experience for us also. So we had to go into a detailed survey, field survey, of course, with as the format is there, workforce, religion, then structure of the house. here we can say that, ma'am, under structure of the house, please, this Pakka house is only 37%, and the red one, that is semi-Pakka, is 31%, and still we have a yellow, that is a Kacha house, that is 20%. So I think, ma'am, you can understand how still the position in the state is. And next slide. So, ma'am, under field survey, we have the detailed survey, made a detailed survey for transportation, then electricity, then the solid waste management, and the water supply in the area. And the total road length here is 280 kilometers. And the electricity, of course, we have sufficient electricity supply here, as we are a producer of the hydropower here. But we have a big deal with the water supply provision and the sanitation management here. That we will, next slide, please. Next slide. So, ma'am, when we say sources of water, we have available sources within the premises. Then, of course, some people in the foothills, they are using tube wells and open wells. Then in the structure of house, again, we can see that the Pakka houses are very less, and semi-Pakka and Kacha houses are still existing within the township area. So even if the type of roof, most of the people still use the thatch roof and asbestos kind of thing. Next slide. So, ma'am, drinking water is actually should have been not much an issue. So we will be focusing on this issue in the Amrut 2.0. Still, we can say in the 46% within the premises we have tap. We have 30% outside the premises of the area that we will be focusing under Amrut 2.0. And still, we can say that the existing situation of the this type of roof, that is people are using this one. They have the 26% for asbestos, and the structure of the house is 31% in case of semi-Pakka. So we have to focus more on this issue in the proposals. Next, please. Next. So, ma'am, along with this, basically this master plan entirely is based on, we have concentrated more on the transport sector and the tourism sector. So here we made a detailed survey of the 4 or 5 junctions and all the intersections which have been making, as it is a hill area, we can't go for widening the roads. So we have to, we thought of redesigning the road intersections and the entire, whatever the road width, right of way that is available with us. So we have been thinking of that, and we have identified 4 to 5 locations where we have like RK Mission Junction next, then Ganga Market Junction, then Secretariat next is Secretariat Junction. Then we have gone for again for some Bank Tinali Junction, and then next is Secretariat Junction, then Hatimata Junction. So next please. Then we have next please. Then we have made a detailed traffic and transport survey analysis of this area, and we have identified the problem areas through these field surveys. Then in proposals, we will be correcting these problems and issues in our master plan. So here in this previous map, please, previous. Sir, ma'am, you can see that here we can see the red ones where exactly the traffic and transport problems which we have identified, where the traffic is delayed much and where it needs some kind of improvement and some kind of proposals are to be made in the master plan. Next, please. Next, again, next. So, ma'am, we have projected the population up to 2041. So here we have to adopted both thing, both kind of distinct arithmetic and geometric. We have in both methods we have projected the population, and we expect that by 2041 we will be having around 4 lakh population in totality for Itanagar and Naharlagan township. Thank you. Next, please. So again, we have identified the employment rates. Madam, you can see in the second table that the workforce participation rate is which was very good in 1991, but it has declined in 2001, and so it's slow rising up to 2011. That indicates whether there is huge migration, maybe due to, maybe they are for academic purpose, maybe some for other purpose, but they are it has affected the workforce participation rate of the city. Thank you. Next. Again, next. Next. Ma'am, we have made the gap analysis. Earlier, as based on the field survey, we have made a gap analysis of the entire infrastructure. Here we can see that for this table is for water supply only. There is gap of 54%, that is coverage. Then per capita water supply is 80 LPCD here, but actually it should have been as per standard, it should have been 135 LPCD. There is a gap of 55 LPCD per capita. So these corrections we are thinking to correct in the under Amrut 2.0 as well as other government programs. Next. So, ma'am, wastewater management and sanitation. Here I must admit that the entire state and the entire city is having a very, as told earlier, it's in the very much undulated topography, and the construction of sewerage pipeline is not feasible. So it may incur huge amount of invest. So the people here are adopting this septage kind of thing, septage at each household level. So, but overall coverage, when we say coverage of toilets, it's very good, 92%, and we are lacking only with 8% less. And for Naharlagan, it is 15%. But we hope to again cover it under the programs launched by the Government of India as well as the Government of Arunachal Pradesh. Next, please. So, ma'am, this is the biggest issue here in the state, because solid waste management, when we say the city generates around 80 metric tons per day, and the total coverage is collection is around only 30%, and there is gap of 70%, and we in our master plan as well as in our daily activities and in the government policy, we need to mitigate this issue of 70%, that which we will be focusing in our master plan. Next, please. So this is the total ma'am gap analysis of the Itanagar capital region of the entire area of the major sectors of electricity, health, education, and solid waste management, sewerage, and water supply. As told earlier, under water supply, we have 80 LPCD, and we need to increase it. And again, water supply, we have we need to increase by 27.5 MLD. Then sewerage, we don't have any network, but luckily under Amrut, because Naharlagan, the other part of the town is a little low-lying area, and it's a plain area. So we are of 4 MLD का एक छोटा सा हम लोग अमृत के प्रोग्राम के अंदर में हम लोग डाल रहा है. And again, for Itanagar, we are having kind of septage management, where you will be using transport to collect the waste from each household unit and treat it in the some other location. So that we have that technology, that method we have already adopted, and it's under construction for both the cities. So in health, when we say in health sector, there is existing demand of 7 more, and we are proposing here for 47. Then education, we have 75 existing demand, then we are again proposing 100 new. So with this master plan, I think we will have major solutions to the city. Next, please. So, ma'am, this is the summary of, next slide, please. Next slide. So, ma'am, this is the that was the summary, and these are some of the photographs while preparing how we went on for detailed survey, house to house, sector wise, and house to house survey of the entire thing. Next, please. This is for water supply, the existing condition of roads, solid waste dumping, how it is now, right now it is there, then education facilities here. Next, please. So, ma'am, this is the existing land use. Exactly after base map being prepared, this is the existing land use map of Itanagar, which indicates for Itanagar existing land use. Are a meeting में? So, ma'am, this is the existing land. Existing land use map of Itanagar capital city. Next, please. Next, please. So, ma'am, here we can see that the previous slide, please. So, ma'am, here we can see that when we say residential, the residential is very less. It is only 8.25% only. As per standard, it is very low, and but very here when we say at green zone, but our green area is very much abundant here. It can be noticed in the land use, existing land use, somewhere below. I can't see actually from here. Next. Green area is 48.25%. So this is the existing land use for Itanagar when we zoom it out. Next, please. Next, please. So this is for Naharlagan. As told earlier, it's a twin capital city. So here most of the area, vicinity of the area is under forest cover only. Next. Next. So, ma'am, there are many development challenges in preparing, which we had encountered while preparing this master plan. That is mostly the entire city is based on the administrative purpose and the commercial hub of the entire state. Within the city is in the linear pattern. Say just now we have seen for Bhopal. Bhopal is in the circular pattern, but in our case it is in the linear pattern. So this is very challenging when the national highway passes in the midst of your township, and we don't have other options to divert that highway. So this is a very challenging task for us also. We can't arrange for the bypass road because of the undulated topography and some other factors here. Because to the north of the city is the wildlife sanctuary of Itanagar, and to the south is the Durpang Reserve Forest. So this town has very less scope of expansion. So whatever the area it is there, it is very much limited to us. So there has not been much growth expanding to other directions. But whereas it has been concentrated only within the city, and the density has been increasing since last many decades. So this is a very big challenge for us. Next. So, ma'am, these are the analysis we have done for strength, weakness, and opportunities and threats for every sector. So this is for water supply. So we have abundance of water supply, but in the as a overground water, underground water, we have abundance, but still our people, 50%, 54% of the population doesn't have this piped water supply. They are more dependent on the natural streams या river या कुछ भी sources में depend कर रहे हैं. तो उनको पानी का ये उनका घर तक पहुंचाना it is a challenge under this master plan as per the government of the state. And unluckily, none of the water supply that we have found is that none of the water supply is metered in any level. So we need to meter all the water supply thing and get the revenue out of those metering. So, ma'am, there is also a threat due to this mismanagement, maybe some all issues related. The water bodies here are being under threat, under pollution. So mostly all the liquid waste generated from the household units are directly being disposed into the existing water bodies. So that is a very big challenge for us. Next. So, ma'am, as we said, under sewerage, of course, when we say sewerage, as told earlier, the topography is very much undulated here. So huge investment would be required for if we really want to connect all the household units with the sewerage line. So it is say I can't say it is not possible, but it may be possible at the micro level. We can say around 2,000 to 3,000 households at the sector level or at the community level. It is possible, but again I will insist that in such areas, even for other hilly towns, I would suggest that they should adopt this transportation kind of thing, where because this entire state falls under seismic zone 5 also. So we are afraid that there may be leakage of 5. So now and then, so it may cause further disaster. So in this case, that's why we are going for septage management kind of thing. So for plain areas, we are going for a sewerage network. So this is this one again. This both septage and sewerage treatment plant will be the first of its kind in the entire state. And then when we come to stormwater drainage system, stormwater is again a very challenging task here, because as exactly the Itanagar, when we say geologically the soil, when we see the lithology and the soil of this area, so there has been occurring a lot of soil erosion and all, and there exists 1,500 MSL of rainfall within 7 months duration in each and every year. So this stormwater again they carry whatever the general solid waste that is in the city directly into the rivulets. So this again is a very big challenge. How to manage this stormwater has been a very big tough job for us, and it is a huge amount of
How many more
fund.
slides? Huh?
So next.
Huh?
Yeah, more slides.
Mr. Suraj, I
sir.
think
हाँ,
we need to have another session with you. So many very interesting slides, lot of information, lot of work has been done there. But I'm afraid we need to. There is another speaker we have whose time has already started. So I
Okay, ma'am.
will request you to take 2-3 slides more. That's all. And close it
Okay,
if possible.
so we can go, ma'am. We can run these slides. Though this is all was analysis we have done. Next slide, please. Next slides. Again, next slides. And next slide, please. So this is our goal and vision under this master plan. Next. Again, next. Again, next. No, previous slide. Previous. Ma'am, this is the calendar which we have followed. We have had several stakeholders meeting and with the department, and we have completed everything. So
the very important point here is the optical fiber grid map. I really like that. Yeah.
Okay, and we have done it. We have everybody we have contacted as like Bhopal only. We have done the exercise. Then next, please. Next, next. So based on that, we have arrived at this is a proposal for transport development. How we are going to improve the transportation scenario in the city. That we are introducing here with the in future monorail and cable car kind of thing from one hillock to other hillock. So that's there for every say road widening, development of new roads where we are going to do footpaths, then interconnecting bridges. We proposing some new bridges, then flyovers and some 2-3 locations here, and we need to have some alternative routes to improve the traffic congestion here. And as told earlier, we are improving the traffic designing for some of the 5 or 6 junctions here in the city. Next slide, please. Next, please. So this is how we are going to do the thing, improve the traffic problem in the city. Next, please. These are the junctions. Next, please. Next. So this is the place where we are going to propose the new bridge that will connect the northern and the southern part of the city. Because with this bridge, we will be saving much of time and much of the distance and much of the loss in the time. Next slide, please. Next.
I think that's a very important bridge. I've been to Itanagar, and that is a very important thing. Yeah.
Ma'am, these are the junctions as told, which we are employing. We are proposing to have flyovers. There are 2 locations here, which in dotted in red color. Next, please. Next. So these are the some of the alternative routes we are proposing under this master plan. This is proposal 1. Next, 2. Next. This proposal 2. Next, please. The proposal 3. Next. All these are in GIS. Next. Next. Next, please. These are the locations, ma'am, where we are improving this traffic designing. Next, please. Next. We're going to do this traffic designing under this master plan. Next. For all these 6 locations, you can skip. You can skip those slides. Next, 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 next. So this is the total development proposal, which I told that metro rail and monorail, how we are proposing for connectivity from one end of the town to the other end of the town, ma'am. Next. Then this is the cable car. When we actually zoom it out in the GIS map, we can know the altitude of this area, because we can have cable car from one hillock to the other hillock. So that makes the transportation cheaper for here. Next, ma'am. Next. These are some of the sectoral proposals we are making. Ma'am, under housing, under housing and sewerage and drainage, solid waste management, then tourism, commercial, industrial area, and public and semi-public areas. How there are some proposals we are making under this master plan. Next, ma'am. This is how this map indicates for how we are going to making the new residential areas. Then area wise. Next, please. This is for proposed drainage network, and this network, ma'am, includes the one which are sanctioned under Amrut, as well as we have a separate master plan for only for as I told earlier, stormwater drainage is a very big challenging task for us. So we have, including the Amrut drainage, we have already prepared a drainage master plan for the entire capital city. Next. So this is the sewerage treatment plant we are proposing in future, keeping in view the earlier demand and gap analysis. Next. Then this is for the solid waste management. Here we are proposing, ma'am, 2 locations, because it's a very big, it's a challenging task for us. The other end, because the distance between the 2 towns are very long. So for Naharlagan, we are proposing at Karsingsa, and for Itanagar, we are proposing to the east of the city, west of the city. Next. So when we say tourism, ma'am, here, keeping in view the scenic beauty of this place, and we have a lake called Ganga Lake in the hilltop of this area, which is very beautiful. So here we are trying to improve the facilities in that lake and promote the, as ma'am, you know that the entire city and the entire state is very rich in its own art and culture. So we are that is inclusive, that is included under this master plan, how we are going to promote our tradition and culture. So next. So ma'am, this when you see the map, we have under this master plan we are declaring some areas as the eco-sensitive areas. So some areas as the conservation areas, and some areas under green areas. So most, as you can see in the map, most part of the land use is proposed under green area only. So our main objective is to not to destroy the environment and to go along with the environment and to have a carbon neutral city. So that is our that's why we have focused more on the public transport system and to preserve the greenery of this area. Next. So this is how these are the locations where we will be doing, ma'am, on tourism sector. Next. Tourism proposals, of course, ma'am. When we say village and wildlife tourism, it is there. We are proposing under this master plan. When we are developing some sports center, maybe it is a river adventure, maybe some kind of thing we are proposing here, and recreation and relaxations. So in totality, we want to attract the tourists in our state. So as to develop the economy of this area. Next. So here under this master plan, we are also going to promote the whatever the handicrafts and handlooms that is being produced here, and the agro products of the state. Next. So ma'am, these are the again under this capital region. As the existing say we have only 190 acres of land under commercial zone. So we are improving the commercial zone with further.
Surajji, we need to close very fast. We need to close.
Slide.
You've almost finished the time of the next speaker.
Yeah. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Last slide. Next. So ma'am, previous. 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 So, ma'am, this is the final land use land cover map of whatever our proposals are there. It is within this master plan. Ma'am, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Suraj ji. I think Itanagar must be complimented for going about their first master plan with great detail, with a lot of passion, and with a lot of accuracy. I think you have taken a very, very comprehensive what is the status and what needs to be done, how it needs to be done. Congratulations to you. Thank
Ma'am,
you
we
for the
have
excellent
a very
presentation.
short
Thank you.
video of Itanagar master plan.
Sorry, Maurice, we cannot take it today. Sorry, we are
Okay,
already
ma'am.
very, very
Thank you.
late. आप हमको बाद में दिखा दीजिएगा. Sorry. Please, next.
Mr.
Mr.
Suresh.
Suraj.
Then we are already late. We request our Mr. Suresh Kumar, Chief Urban Planner, Visakhapatnam Metropolitan Planning Development Authority, to present because the time is very short. So please go ahead, sir. We like to hear from you the practical experience in this, in the preparation of this case. Please.
Vizag, Suresh Garu, are you there?
I'm here only. We are having some connection problem.
Okay.
Is it audible, ma'am?
Now we can hear you.
Yeah, ma'am. Please clip the presentation.
Is your screen visible, ma'am?
Is this screen visible, ma'am? Hello?
I can see the workshop with the participants. I cannot see your PPT. You will have to start sharing. You want to share or do you want us to share from here?
Yeah, ma'am. You can share, ma'am. We are having some problem here.
Okay. No issues. We'll do that right away. And you can do the presentation when the sharing starts.
టెక్నికల్ పర్సన్
అక్కడ పోయాడంటే
Yes. Can you see this?
Yeah, ma'am. It's visible, ma'am.
Okay, good. So please go ahead.
Yeah, ma'am. Before we move on to the detailed presentation on GIS based map, we'll just give the glimpses on our jurisdiction. But next slide. Full screen. Next slide. Ma'am, VMR is the second largest UDA in the Andhra Pradesh, ma'am, which is having a 4,380 square kilometers, and out of 33 towns in Amrut cities in Andhra Pradesh, we covered with two GAs, two Amrut cities, ma'am, which is GVMC Municipal Corporation and Vijayanagaram, ma'am. Next slide, please. Next slide. So it is very strategically located in the coast of the Andhra Pradesh, which is blessed with national highways, international greenfield airports, and VCIC corridor. Some of the committed projects also there, like VCIC corridor, Sagarmala and ports, and Bharatmala. Next slide. When coming to the Act provision, as per section 11.1, as per the section 11.1, we prepared a perspective plan, and section 11.2, we have prepared the master plan, and we have notified and approved by the government under section 12.1. Next slide. When coming to the broad scope, it was divided into 5 levels, which is comprising level 1, level 2, level 3, and base map. And in the initial base map, we have digitized the cadastral base maps, and we have taken the existing land use from the detailed surveys, physical surveys, and we formulated the strategy. All put together, we prepared the perspective plan for the 30 years horizon year, and after that, we have prepared broad land use and proposal land use for the master plan for the 20
लोकल
years.
नाम है, अब वो लोकल नाम की भाई इस घर के पास से इस घर तक या इस चौराहे से उस घर तक, तो वो क्या है कि वो आपके जो
There
लोकल
is
लोग
some
हैं जो
crosstalk
उनको
at the
सारी
back.
जानकारी
Cross-talking is
There's some crosstalk at the back. Could you please check your mics, please? Only Vizag needs to speak. I think I'll request others to.
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, in the perspective plan, we have detailed out up to 45 meters and above roads, and in the master plan we have adopted dealt with the 18 meters and above roads. When coming to the methodology, next slide, please. Methodology, we have taken up 5 stages, ma'am. That is not visible here. I'll just give the outline of that methodology. Initially, we have dealt with the existing situation analysis, which will deal with data collection, field surveys, and reviewing of the existing master plan 2021. And when coming to the vision and strategy formulation, we have taken up so much stakeholder consultations and forecast, and based on the forecast and demand assessments, we have formulated the vision and strategy thing. After that, we prepared the draft master plan, and finally we notified the draft master plan. We have received the objections, and finally we went for the government approval, ma'am. Initially, earlier master plan from 2006 to 21, that is drawn or prepared on the CAD software. Now we have adopted this GIS based master plan up to 2041 one that was approved on the November 2021. So presently we are working on the GIS based master plan. Ma'am, we are going to the detailed implementation of the GIS based master plan. Next slide, please. So we will detailed out the how we are adopted this detailed how we are adapted the GIS based master plan now. So our team member will talk about that now. Chapandi.
Good afternoon, ma'am. We have adopted the NUAS guidelines and URDFI guidelines for preparing the base map and land use preparation. This base map and existing land use is the 2 main key inputs for master plan, ma'am. The methodology of the GS base map is the initially we have done the DGPS survey, and later on we did post processing and satellite image georectification and cadastral village map georectification, and we have collected the more secondary data from various departments like revenue departments and forest departments, and we have collected some topo sheets for purpose of the identification of the water bodies and the main puntas, gedda, and some of the government lands. Those data we have linked to our base map. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide. And we in process of the DGPS survey, we have marked the primary and secondary tertiary ground control points by using the Trimble DGPS instrument. Next slide. In the post processing, we have used the triangulation method, because of this triangulation method is giving the more accuracy than the Google image and other images. And we have total ground control points we have collected the 1081 ground control points we have collected, and 6 main SOI benchmarks and 100 primary ground control points, and remaining are the tertiary points. Next slide. And based on these ground control points, we have georectified the satellite image. We have procure the satellite image from Digital Globe through NRSC, and this satellite image is the more accurate and 0.3 meter resolution. Next slide. And this cadastral data is the main source for the master plan preparation, because of the each survey number having the ownership of the land. While we are preparing the master plan, we have superimposed the cadastral data into our master plan, because of the number of water bodies are nowadays encroachment is there. So that's why we are protecting the more than we have extracted the more than 10,000 water revenue water bodies and main water bodies, and we have generated the buffers also, and all revenue geddas, puntas, and kalwas we have retained as it is, and we have incorporated in the master plan also. Next slide. And we have georeferenced the more than 900 villages, and village to village stitching is the main important in the stitching process. We Next slide. And feature extraction. Feature extraction is the we have classified as per NUAS guidelines. We have extracted the more than 240 layers, and each layer having like residential, commercial, industrial, and subclasses also. And we have extracted the all roads and water bodies and building footprints and block of the industrial areas. Like next slide. And we have incorporated the more than 3,000 residential layouts and commercial layouts and industrial layouts, and various sources we have collected from DTCP and LRS layouts, and some of the unapproved layouts also we have identified and incorporated into our master plan. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much, Srinivas. Madam, actually, my colleagues have just talked about the process under which this master plan is prepared extensively. As the chief planner has mentioned that earlier plan was prepared on CAD platform, whereas here for a huge area, urban region, Visakhapatnam is 4,380 square kilometer area consisting of 35 mandals. So that is a huge task prepared on GIS platform. That is one of the main strength of this master plan, and under which we have extensive stakeholders consultation to reach to the grassroots level. Like land use surveys itself, we have done a photographic method, and it's a ground truthing has been done, and several traffic surveys have been done. We all know as per standard master plan parlance, traffic volume counts, origin and destination, road inventory, speed and delay, parking, terminal surveys, bus terminals, rail terminals, airport. Nearly 31 locations have been surveys have been done. Then workplace surveys we have done on nearly more than 50 locations and with 1,000 sample, both at establishment level as well as workplace level. Then home interview surveys we have done for nearly more than 30,000 samples, both socioeconomic and trip diary. Then heritage is one of the biggest backbone of this region, heritage and religious tourism prevailing in Visakhapatnam urban region. So nearly we have documented the ASI sites and Indian National Trust intact sites, and as well as state archaeological department sites. Next slide, please. So under the having gone through the arriving at focusing on main themes, 5 themes. On one is the spatial development, then the delivering growth and prosperity, the managing the urban environment, both natural and cultural heritage, then an efficient transportation system and efficient infrastructure system. Put together all, we arrived at a vision for this region. 2041, it's a 20-year perspective master plan. It will become a vibrant economic hub as a global investment, tourism, heritage destination, and providing quality of life in an inclusive manner with a sustainable and green, clean infrastructure and resilient environment. That is the main focus. It has derived with a lot of consultations, both at bureaucrat level and officers level, different planning departments, as well as the political forum as well, public representatives. Next, please. So in 2018, that is the base year of this master plan, 4.27 million, we projected it to 6.63 million. And similarly, so the employment projections and other projections have been prepared. Next slide, please. So this has been, these projections are arrived at a comparatively, because this Andhra Pradesh state, the main focus is currently on Visakhapatnam major metropolitan city, other than the Vijayawada CRDA, Capital Region Development Authority. This is the second largest development authority. And then in terms of transportation, the because it is a PDF mode, you people are sharing. That is the reason I'm not able to share the presentation mode. But it is basically there's a greenfield corridor from the Bhimli area to Bhogapuram. It's a proposed international airport, nearly about 20 kilometers, and that has been proposed. And a regional bypass, because this urban region, if you see, they look at the map along the coast. Almost near to the coast, there's a national highway, existing national highway, and currently the National Highway Authority is proposing a bypass, which is going to prevail for a long time. But next 30 years, 50 years, keeping in view of that scenario in the picture, this master plan has come out with a regional bypass. Then VK PCPR, there is a Visakhapatnam petrochemical and petro investment region is also one of the main economic advantage of this region. So there we have proposed certain expressway. Then the coastal corridor also we have proposed certain stretches with the 60-meter right of way, and the certain stretches with the 40-meter like that. So what we wanted to, we saw this existing coastal corridor is stretching up to the Kailashagiri, and then further the proposed the current development is up to Bhimli. It's a highly potential area for both tourism development and many establishments, and the future is between Bhimli and then Bhogapuram, proposed international airport. So a lot of things are happening there, and we foresee a lot of development in future, next 20 years. So a lot of planning interventions have been taking place in that region. Then, as usual, we deal with under the master plan sub-arterial roads and collector roads. So this is the total gamut of the transportation network. Apart from this, there is a metro. This city badly requires a metro because it's already population is growing on a dynamic phase, and we try to integrate with the proposed BRTS corridors. With the under the JNRM, some BRTS corridors are already in place in Visakhapatnam, and further BRTS corridors also have been proposed. Next slide, please. So if you look at the spatial forecast of the preferred spatial strategy, we have dovetailed the Vijayanagaram, its adjoining district, with the trade, institutional, health, cultural tourism. Then Anandapuram, which is in the current development scenario, it is in the as an institutional hub and sub-CBD. Then Meghadri Gadda is a natural advantage of this. This is city park, major recreational center. Then Autonagar, existing industrial area as Autonagar redevelopment. Anakapalli traditionally is a commercial hub and trade and commerce. So this kind of thing, interventions, special strategy has been proposed. With the Bhogapuram proposed international airport as a aero city, as a commerce, finance, IT, tourism, and housing of high value. Next, please. So in a nutshell, if you see that there's a transit-led TOD corridor has been proposed, then BRT's-led development of a new urban access corridors has been proposed. Theme-based satellite towns will come as part of this master plan, focusing on Vijayanagaram, Anakapalli, Nakkapalli, Bhimanipatnam. Then beach road development is one of the major priorities of this region. Then redevelopment of core cities, very selective intervention of high densities, then high densification, then regional bypass development to VMR, that is as I said earlier, then seamless connectivity to Bhogapuram International Airport, and ring roads. Ring roads is one of the intervention we try to do it to ease the already congested area in core areas, focusing on urban fringe areas. Next, please. So if you look at the total area has been, planning area has been divided into certain policy zones. Out of that, based on the existing criteria, existing economic identity and the cultural values, we have divided into certain policy zones. Then next slide, please. So we have detailed the detailed zonal development plans for these areas. Next, please. So actually, if you see, we have been discussing earlier, some of the earlier speakers also, they said, what is the value addition of this master plan? Like key targets, if you see that the 4.2 million becomes 6.63 as a population. If you see the urban population share will increase from, we foresee from 50% to 75%. Then housing 1.6 per million to 2.8. Then if you see the growth prosperity, developed industrial areas which are there in the 2018 base year, it will increase. But basically here it's already, this region is well equipped with the existing industrial base. So that is all heavy industries and red category, orange category industries. We try to intervene with the rest of the areas with the green and white industries category. Then if you see the workforce participation also, it is foreseen from current 34 to 42 because a lot of agriculture, marginal agriculture area will be eaten up in the development proposals. Then the rural employment will increase. But basically, we wanted to introduce the TOD zones. Currently, there are none. Nearly 10 number have been proposed. And they basically looking at the model split levels. We want this 14% under public transport share, which is very meager because that is mainly happening because of public transport facilities. So we want to increase by 50% with the introduction of metro and BRTS corridors, etc. Then bus passenger terminals also from 5 to 9, so that it will become dispersal of regional dispersal centers. We will create terminals. And if you look at the infrastructure and water, especially the water, the environment field, that water bodies, earlier also there were, in terms of area, it's about nearly 550 square kilometers of area under water bodies. And overall, under this master plan, more than 10,000 water bodies are located. So it's became a very big challenge to safeguard these water bodies. The earlier master plan did not mention, did not place on the record, like on the map, water body buffers. This master plan under GIS, we wanted to make a clear-cut message to the public and people, users, that not to intervene the water bodies, encroach upon water bodies. We did the buffer areas for the green buffer for all the water bodies. That is one of the major intervention. Then in terms of proposed road network, from in the new master plan, we did alignments, nearly more than 900 kilometers of existing roads as a road widening, as well as new alignments and more than 900, and widening is about more than 2,000 kilometers we have done it. So these are the major one of the value addition under the GIS. Since it is on GIS platform, under the GIS, each one is a case specific, area specific. Development Authority has got a biggest opportunity here, and even Greater Visakhapatnam Municipal Corporation also, they can intervene and they can do the piecemeal approach, all the planning interventions using the GIS as one of the dynamic tool. Next, please. And in terms of layouts also, this area is having a lot of approved layouts under LRS. Perhaps you must be aware that in Andhra Pradesh, unauthorized layouts also, there is a scheme called regularization of unauthorized layouts, LRS. So all these layouts have been placed and duly integrated with the existing cadastral base. Then under the proposed land use, we nearly dovetail this master plan under major uses. These are the subcategories, ma'am. So next, please. So this is a broad level proposed land use for 2041 addressed. And next, please. If you see the zoning regulations, these are the 11 proposed land uses. And bearing the conventional land uses, we want to emphasize that if you see the serial number 9, 10, 11, agriculture use zone, then special area use zone, wherein defense and military areas have been protected. Here is the Visakhapatnam. Then protected use zone, water bodies, forests, hills, and CRZ has been placed. Then the in terms of industrial activities also, we set guidelines of Andhra Pradesh industrial sustainable policy. As per the policy, it will be prevailed. So this is the next slide, please. So this is the extensive notification and publicity has been adopted by the Development Authority, widely published, and even up to the entire city, hoardings have been placed. Even it is through website, and also at the grassroots level, even at the village level, the village Gram Seviks have been all the through posters and door-to-door awareness campaign has been undertaken for this master plan to reach the lowest of the grassroots level. Next, please. And this is the later scenario. It's extensive feedback has been received, and a lot of discussions took place, and finally it went for we have involved even the revenue departments, water resource department, panchayat raj departments, R&B departments, and sub teams have been formed. Next, please. So scrutiny also, there's a committee has been government, state government has set up a committee, and Development Authority, they formed groups, and even all the local bodies have been consulted to arrive at the final master plan, and that filtered master plan has been sent to the government, and the government also, after careful examination, this has been approved. And before conclusion, I just want to again remind to the August gathering, this is perhaps this is in the state, it is the largest master plan so far, 4,300 square kilometers, madam. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity for this Development Authority.
Thank you so much, Suresh Garu. I think it has been an excellent presentation, and very, very exhaustive efforts have been made. And I think, let me call it a 360-degree effort to look into connectivity, potential areas, unplanned areas, irregulated areas, and trying to leverage the synergies from coastal development, from existing nature parks, and the ports and the religious and heritage areas around, and of course around Vizag. I think it has been it should do well, very well in the future. I'm also very enthused to see that you have retained the water buffer system despite all the objections which you have mentioned there. So that's wonderful. I must compliment you and your team and the authorities there and the government for being able to say yes to this kind of futuristic plan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now I'll request Mr. Durai to brief.
Yeah.
We'll take 5 questions now.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we have completed the presentations. We have another scheduled meeting, but anyhow, we like to hear from our participants if any colleagues, clarifications, only few we may hear. Please, anybody who wants to raise certain clarifications, please.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Suryavan Singh.
Sir, good afternoon. Hello. Hello. Madam, I need the presentation.
I'll request the speakers to please identify themselves, the location from where they're speaking, and the question to whom and the speaker to whom their question is addressed before they give the question in brief. Thank you.
Madam, I am from town planning Rajnandgaon, madam, Chhattisgarh. Hello. Hello.
Whom do you want to ask the question to?
Madam, I need the presentation. If I get the soft copy of the presentation.
I think that we will upload on the AMDA website within the next 2-3 days, or maybe by tomorrow.
Thank you, madam. Thanks a lot, madam. Thank you, madam.
Puchi? Anybody else?
Is there any other clarification you would like to?
Query or comment?
Query or comments?
I think let's Let's find it then.
And if no such queries,
Then I'll request Mr. Durai, Mr. Selva Durai, Director and Secretary AMDA, to please propose a vote of thanks for this excellent webinar.
thank you very much. With this, we have come to an end, and of course we are a little bit late. However, the presentations are very useful and very detailed. That is why we need to extend our timing. Let us thank our chairperson for all these all these efforts, because she is the backbone behind the motivating us and indicated the personalities, person, departments for these presentations. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your valuable time and other things. We also like to thank our additional secretary, Madam Tara Madam, for having spent her time to give an overall picture about the project and the expectation of at the governmental level. We also extend our sincere thanks to Mr. Monish Khan from TCPO. He is the person who has coordinated with AMDA in identifying with all the presenters and continuously speaking with Mr. Monish Khan sir. You have given an overall picture of the governmental level, and thank you very much. And
also compliment his passion and enthusiasm.
Thank you. We also like to thank, extend our sincere thanks to all the presenters, especially Bhopal DTCP team, and from Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh, government of Arunachal Pradesh, his overall presentation. Then Mr. Suresh Kumar ji, Senior Chief Urban Planner, Visakhapatnam Metropolitan Development, their valuable, very detailed presentations. With this, let us conclude this thing. The AMDA is once again thanking all the experts, specialists, professionals who joined in the webinar, and all other officials, right from Assam to down south Tamil Nadu.
And Punjab.
Again, the entire Madhya Pradesh, State of Development Planning, Gujarat, all from all states have participated. Thank you so much. Of course, this program is very much useful. It has got an input, insight for all the professional planners who are already involved in this exercise. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and wishing you all a very, very happy Holi. Stay safe ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.